Oh, hey, hey. Oh, hey. I thought you were still giving spot food. One more thing go wrong. Keyboard not working. You guys, when I lift the camera up and shoot, it's good to go. Everything's broken.
Mine doesn't want to transmit now either. You want to transmit? Well, it's on my camera.
Yeah, it's like the sleep that's in every little hole.
Yeah, exactly.
And then it melts inside the camera.
I'm sure it's in yet. I can shoot. Yeah.
I imagine South Africa's open.
I have no idea. Sorry, John.
You're alright, I'm sorry.
Everything's frozen.
Jaden, snowball fight! Oh, your dad blocked it. Thank you. Miles, snowball fight! You gotta make snowball.
All right, you good? All right. Fun? You good? You don't always get snow with you. Whoa, that is pretty solid. Good old-fashioned character building walking. You guys want me to try to go with you this time? See if we can all fit? But we can go a long ways.
Let's try a longer sledding.
I think the ski mountain we're going to has snow season.
We do it again, all three of us?
How you all doing?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Can you explain to us what's going on here?
Yeah, we just live nearby. We wanted to give the kids a chance to play in the snow, and you know, we had been hearing all week about snowpocalypse. Everyone was worried about it, but honestly, we're pretty excited. Yeah, that's right.
It's like an old tradition.
Yeah.
And they were going to stop it for a while.
Yeah, you know, we're actually new to DC, and so we had some neighbors that recommended here. We didn't realize that they were going to end it. We're just really happy that we have this opportunity for our kids.
Cool. Can you tell us your name?
Yeah, my name is Arius. A-R-I-U-S. Dare. D-E-R-R.
Cool. And you're from DC?
Yeah, we're just over here in Capitol Hill.
Nice. Okay. Do you have permission to shoot with your family? How you doing? You guys have
that cement triangle right there? Yeah, it's like a divider.
That's what it is, yeah.
Be careful, dude.
Have a good counter all the time, but you don't know what you're going to meet. You know what I mean, man?
Well, you got a free cone now. Oh, that's yours. I didn't see how. All right. I didn't know what that was.
I'll stick it out over here. Oh, yeah, camera.
Yeah, just doing a little live shot for a couple hours.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to see the snow. I'm like, okay. Then I'll just go back up the hill and shovel myself out.
Yeah, that's true. Right. Have a good day.
You too. Hold on, let me focus. Sorry. It's not that easy. Camera then.
Good afternoon, Kentucky. Good afternoon, Kentucky. Good morning. Today, I'm here at the Emergency Operations Center, which is operating on level 2 as we monitor and respond to the winter storm moving through Kentucky. With me is Kentucky Emergency Management Director Eric Gibson and our Transportation Secretary Jim Gray, but the Emergency Operations Center is full. This is an all hands on deck. You have a lot of Kentucky's finest as well as FEMA, which is here with us working to respond to each and every call or need that is out there. This weather event was forecast to have 36 straight hours of snow, sleet, and ice, combined with dangerously cold temperatures, which are set to continue through next week. The forecast is proving to be as treacherous as it was forecasted, though we are now getting more ice and less snow than originally predicted. That is not good news for Kentucky. What it means is that the roads are that much more dangerous and that the dangerous conditions are going to extend into next week, as these conditions are going to be difficult to treat. Please call us here at the center. We've got a ton of people who are really good at this that are ready to help you. But with these dangerous cold temperatures, if your power is out, we want you to go to a warming center. We currently have more than 112 warming centers set up across the Commonwealth. I think there's a slide up next to me now where you can see them. The map you're seeing now shows all locations. This site is linked across my social for those in need. You can also get it at kym.ky.gov. Our Kentucky State Parks have also set up warming centers. If you cue the slide, it is most all of our parks. I'm not going to read through them, but you can pick up your phone, call your local state park, and they can tell you, as long as they have power, we're going to take people in who don't and make sure that you make it through this storm. If you're traveling to a state park, please use caution. And for park updates, you can visit parks.ky.gov. National Guard is ready to help those that are in need. Guard members, which are soldiers and airmen, are currently across the state already in 53 of our armories across 42 counties. The Guard's begun making rounds in local communities. They started that yesterday. They're continuing to do wellness checks and prepare for any needed transports. Due to power outages, they're helping a lot of medical professionals in some parts of the state get to their hospitals and places of practice. If you need that help, please reach out. The teams have preloaded near areas expected to receive increased ice accumulation. Now for additional updates, I'm going to turn it over to Director Gibson.
Thank you very much, Governor, for just a few minutes to just provide some more detailed updates on some things. The Governor's done a good job of summarizing how things have been going this week, and we do appreciate the early warning from our meteorologists and our stations that people have taken heed to the warning. We didn't see as many issues overnight as we could have, and I think that has a lot to say about the people heeding the warnings that were put out. There was good messaging about it, and we've heard well that the roads were clear and our transportation crews were able to make good progress through the night. But this morning we woke up to, many of you all have woke up to a freezing rain across our southern part of our state, and we're starting to see that be the most impactful area. And we're not out of the woods on that yet. That area of our state's going to continue to see this freezing rain come down for next several hours, and that's going to continue to worsen the impact. This morning, as the Governor's talked about already, our power outages have started to surge, which will increase the need for our resources in that area. And we've already started to shift to our impacted area with our National Guard folks, our forestry folks, and making sure that we're prepared to answer any commodity requests in that area. We do have those ready. And if you are a local official and you're tuned into this and you need assistance, or if you're in need of a warming center and you're having trouble finding that, we have our number here at the call center that is staffed. We have individuals that are standing by to take your call. It's 50. I'll put the number up at the end. It's available on our website, and I'll give it to you now. If you need assistance that you're not getting, and we can help you with that, our number is 502-607-6665. And I'll repeat it one more time, 502-607-6665. And we can help you with finding your warming center or finding some aid that you may need. And if you're a local official and we haven't talked to you and you're having trouble, we know there are cell phone outages sporadically across that southern area that's been impacted by this. So we're going to do our very best to make sure we find multiple ways to communicate with you, maybe even in-person visits if you're a local official. We're trying to make sure that we're doing our very best to make contact with you. Our warming centers that the governor talked about are open. We've asked our local officials to put those posted on there. They have the ability to turn those on when they open them. And so you're seeing that map updated continuously if there's one in your area by your local officials. And we continue to work very closely with those across this area to make sure that the community is getting what it needs. And if we can support them, we're here to do that. We know that this weather is going to continue all throughout this day. The National Weather Service is here in the EOC, so we do get continuous updates. And I just spoke with them before this began, and definitely expect a full day of this, precipitation of some form, whether it be rain, freezing rain, turning into snow and ice and sleet. So we're going to see a mixed bag for the rest of the day, and you all are watching the news and you're catching that as well. But we're watching that here. We just say that so that you know that we're keeping up with things that are going on for our situational awareness, and we remain prepared to meet the needs of the Commonwealth. We took the week of advance notice on this storm to prepare by moving commodities into your communities, and we have more commodities such as drinking water if you have water outages later on after this event unfolds, and generators at hand to a limited number, but definitely have generators available to help communities survive this incident. We've got a lot of National Guard folks that are available to help us get these roads clear. As we know, local road crews are going to struggle, and our National Guard folks stand by and ready to assist. They're as heavily staffed as they could possibly be. We know that area between that Pulaski County over to Barron County are heavily impacted. And so as we see that going on, we know that there is, issues in that area, and we're specifically focused on that. But if you have additional needs or concerns, please, again, call here at the EOC. There's a watch desk that you're regularly calling, but also that additional number we've opened up to take more calls as our lines are staying pretty busy today. Again, 502-607-6665. We stand ready to help. The EOC is fully staffed, and we're here for you all. Thank you very much.
All right. Next, we're going to hear from Secretary Jim Gray. Let me start again by saying our roadways and overpasses are slick. Conditions are dangerous. Right now, it is simply not safe to drive on our roads. We're asking everyone to avoid travel, not only because you could hurt yourself or someone else, but also because fuel availability is low in certain parts of Kentucky. The tankers aren't able to make it through this to a lot of our gas stations. So if you get out there, you may run out of gas. You may get to that gas station and not be able to refuel and to be stuck. So please don't drive anywhere unless you absolutely have to. Again, that opens up space for our highway crews. Remember, they're Kentuckians. They want to go home to their families at the end of the day. They are out in difficult conditions for you, for your safety, and to try to get everything up and running faster. So let's make sure that we take their safety seriously. Over 1,500 state-owned and contracted plow trucks have now been deployed, and our teams are pulling from a stockpile of 311,000 tons of salt and over 1 million gallons of brine for anti-icing efforts. And so now that I've taken all of his updates, here's Secretary Gray.
Thank you, Governor. Well, the Governor said earlier, he said, we cannot say enough. We cannot emphasize enough, punctuate it enough, echo it enough, that we are asking Kentuckians to please stay off the roads. This is going to be a very rough day, the next 24 hours. Our crews reported less traffic yesterday, last night, which made it safer and more efficient for them to do their jobs. These folks are maneuvering heavy equipment and vehicles, and so having more room to do their work really helps them out. Now, this is an image, James, of some of our vehicles. It's called an echelon arrangement, which is covering an entire area, entire lanes of I-75. Now, thanks to our thousands, 2,300 skilled, resilient highway crew members, snow fighters, they are responding now, and they responded before the storm hit. We literally spent last week dialed in to the weather forecast, planning. We got ourselves ready to meet the dynamic challenges that we knew each region was going to have, from heavy snow to ice-glazed roadways, and our teams responded accordingly. I've been checking, in fact, this morning with our chief district engineers in our districts around the state. They have all reported that our forces are ready for anything that is thrown at them. The governor said it last night. We are in full force statewide. Every county is actuated, treating and plowing roads of snow from morning to throughout the night. 12-hour shifts since the snow started, and no letting up. Overnight, freezing rain entered the equation for most of the state except northern Kentucky. I don't have to tell you that ice presents serious threats that can make travel nearly impossible and literally not just dangerous, but treacherous. We've had to adapt from responding to snow on the roads to addressing ice and the unique challenges that it presents. And this is a photo in Barron County showing the snow last night and the ice this morning. These frigid temperatures challenge the effectiveness of our anti-icing materials and increase the risk of refreezing on wet pavement. That's the risk for tonight, the refreezing risk on wet pavement, making roadways extremely slick. Can plow snow, yes, but it is not easy at all to scrape ice off of roadways. Again, all good reasons to avoid travel. All good reasons to avoid travel. Ice is also starting to weigh down trees and power lines. The governor's already talked about this as well. This is causing reports of low-hanging limbs and downed trees in places like Bowling Green and Glasgow and southern and eastern Kentucky, Pulaski. While the most serious threat during power outages is to human life in this cold weather, we expect to get reports of more dark traffic signals and blocked roadways due to downed power lines. In areas where downed trees are tangled in power lines, our crews must coordinate with utility partners who must address the lines before debris can be cleared and roads reopened. We are partnering with trained National Guard and Division of Forestry staff who are on tap to help us in certain areas cut and move trees as our crews so they can focus on treating and plowing roads. So this is a partnership that is running across crossing agencies. Our priority is to continue to ensure that our interstates, parkways, and major highways remain passable, to ensure access for critical emergency services. This is what the governor already talked about as well, to ensure critical services. That's why we spent a lot of time leading up to this event to pre-treat our lower volume routes, which we will ramp up efforts to address once we can get past the crux of the storm. As of 9:30, no current reported major road issues or closures this morning, 9:30 Eastern time. Now, even our own outfitted plow trucks are encountering very challenging conditions. Like this morning, a contracted truck in Louisville hit a construction barrier and impacted a signal. This is just to demonstrate that this is a serious system, a serious storm, no matter what kind of vehicle you're in. Again, as the governor has pointed out, we are expecting to see more snow, sleet, and ice through early Monday morning, with impacts varying by region, but worsening travel conditions statewide. We're expecting to see temperatures at or below zero, brutal for the rest of the week, which is why I want to close with a few tips as well. Do not be out on roads unless absolutely critical and necessary. If you encounter a signal that is dark or flashing, treat that intersection as an all-way stop. Slow down, come to a complete stop, and proceed only when it's safe to do so. Crews are working with utility partners and local agencies to restore service as quickly as they can. Stay weather alert. This cold is sticking around, and we expect travel to still be challenging tomorrow and the rest of the week. Do not call 911 for road conditions, to ask about road conditions. Check out our website, snowky.ky.gov. That's snowky.ky.gov. And there you will find access to our Go KY traffic cams, roadway incidents, links to your local highway district social media accounts so you can track conditions in your area and get driver tips. Now, I want to in closing, want to thank our partners, our partner agencies, Kentucky Emergency Management, Director Gibson, the Kentucky State Police, the National Guard, the Forestry Service, the power companies, county and city road crews that we're working together with, wrecker services who have been dispatched in ahead of time in hot spots, and many more as they respond alongside our snow fighters to keep Kentuckians safe. I want to thank all of them. Now, I want to thank also in closing the public so much for your help and partnership. Please continue to bear with us as we work around the clock and know that it's going to take some time to see significant improvements. Our folks are serving the communities where they live, their own homes, and are committed to restoring connections as soon as we can. So thanks for your help by giving us the room to work for you. Governor, back to you.
Thank you. In one additional update, we've gotten word that the TVA is aware of a phishing email impersonating TVA about rolling blackouts. If you receive it, do not click on it. Again, the TVA is aware of a phishing email that's impersonating them, the utility, about rolling blackouts. If you receive it, do not click. So if you're the media in that area, please amplify that message. Those whose social media is read in that area, please amplify that message. We don't want people's personal information, email, or the rest being hacked or altered, so please do not click that. Okay, we got a long day and night ahead of us. We need everybody to take precautions, so I've got a few tips too. Do not travel unless it's an emergency. Keep your phones charged and have backup flashlights if needed. Make sure you have a weather safety kit ready with blankets, etc. So if you still have power right now and you don't have a weather safety kit, why don't you put one together with stuff in your home? Why don't you take that time to do it right now? Know where your local warming center is in case of a power outage. Go online right now and make sure you see it. If the media in given areas will amplify where their warming centers are, that will be helpful. Keep your pets indoors. We want all of our pets to make it through it too. Do not go outside for extended periods of time. If you use a generator, have it at least 20 feet from your home. Thankfully, in the last few weather disasters, we haven't lost anyone to carbon monoxide poisoning, but that happened a lot in the past. We don't want to lose one person to that. You can't have your generator in your house, in your garage, close to your house. Make sure it is far enough away and has proper ventilation. And why don't you check on your neighbors? Why don't you call your family? I've got some family staying with me just to make sure they're safe throughout this whole thing. And finally, when you shovel, when you get out, which should not be today with everything, make sure you take breaks. Last year, we lost 6 people, 6 children of God, 6 people who have families that miss them in incidents related to shoveling. That was just during the January ice storm, I believe. 7 more people were lost due to falls, being outside, or hypothermia in 2024 and 2025. I want everybody to make it through this safely. I look around this EOC, and most people here helped us after an F4 tornado stayed on the ground 200 miles in Kentucky, have helped us through the worst flooding we've seen time and time and time again. We don't want to lose somebody to a snow and an ice storm that we know, with the right precautions, that you can make it through. We care about each and every one of you, so please take this seriously. I want everybody to be safe, so don't take a risk. It's just not worth it. And remember, If you need help, it's available. Once again, we need folks to avoid calling 911 unless it's an emergency. If you're an emergency, call 911. But otherwise, you can call your local KSP post. If lines are busy, we have an established unmet needs line that was read, 502-607-6665. That's what's been ringing over here. I'm glad it's ringing. We're going to answer it through a press conference or anything else because everybody in here is working and they're working for you. We'll keep providing updates via social media and other means. Tonight, we're going to evaluate the roads and give an update ahead of the Monday morning commutes. You know, I'm an employer too. I'm in charge of Kentucky's executive branch, which is about 30,000 members. So I'm watching those roads really closely, and we're going to be careful going into Monday. I'm not going to have people out there unnecessarily if they're not safe. So please watch for an update later tonight. And for businesses, be flexible. I mean, if this freezing continues and it gets so cold it can't be treated overnight, be flexible with your employees if you can be. Remember, we'll get through this. We'll get through it together just like we always do. So everybody stay safe. We now have about 5 journalists on the line. We'll go through them quickly. We'll start with Paul Miles from WHAS Radio.
Thank you, Governor. During storms like this, there is usually a mutual aid in which other states send their utility workers across the borders to help restore power. But because surrounding states are also dealing with this same snow and ice, is there any concern that because the mutual aid may not be available, that power restoration in Kentucky could be delayed or take longer? And should residents plan to be without electricity for an extended period of time?
I do not have that concern because the National Weather Service, all the meteorologists out there, you all at WHAS and so many more gave us such advance notice that the utility companies brought in a ton of contractors and they are ready to roll. We've talked with the ones that are been hit the most, and we're sending teams to help them get debris out of the roadway to do the cut and tossing. So we'll be amplifying the needs of the utility workers with the National Guard, and our forestry group does a great job with that. They're out in all of these. So Paul, right now, because we knew this was coming and because we've been through 14 other of these before today, no, I think we're going to have a very large group of utility workers. With that said, I think people in the areas hit most by the ice need to plan and prepare to have another place to go, if not the warming center, for certainly today, maybe tonight, and then we'll have more information as that comes. We're dealing with it in real time. And so I think here today we'll have a better sense of the scope and the hardest hit areas by ice and the timing of getting those utilities back up and the power back on. Karen Czar, WUKY.
Thank you, Governor. As you mentioned, there have been several natural disasters during your administration. Compared to others, how stretched thin are our resources, especially since this is a statewide event? And what is specifically being done to support the elderly and disabled? Thank you.
This is a statewide event, so it takes a lot of resources, thankfully. Between state and local cooperation, we've got a lot of resources. This was drill weekend for our National Guard, so we have more Guard available right now in the moment for this event than we've had for virtually any other event. KYTC, with the extra time provided, again, by the National Weather Service and all of our meteorologists, they are so important. We were able to bring in all of our contractors. And so when we have advance notice, and these go to the last 2 questions, we're allowed to pull all the resources we would normally take if we had a storm that came out of nowhere, and we would call in afterwards. We have right here at the ready. We are taking calls in from any nursing homes and others that may need help. We're actually proactively reaching out to the hospitals in the communities. But we also need Kentuckians to make sure they're looking out after our seniors. If you have an older neighbor, please make that call. Please check on them. You know, every disaster we've been through, folks in this room, the Guard, first responders make a lot of saves and take care of a lot of people. But Kentuckians take care of more of their neighbors than we could ever. So calling on everybody out there, check on that senior, make sure they're okay. Bring them into your home if they need some extra help. Carolina from WLEX.
Good morning, Governor. You said less snow, more ice is actually bad news, and you mentioned uncertainty about conditions for the Monday morning commute. Are these icy conditions something that road crews can actually clear up in time, or are we anticipating big challenges?
I'm anticipating challenges Monday morning. And depending on how cold it gets, I'm anticipating challenges potentially through Monday. Once the temperature gets below a certain amount, what we use to treat the roads just doesn't work as well. And so I think people need to anticipate that we're going to be impacted through a portion of this week. Now, if conditions are a little bit better, transportation's out there doing all of it. We don't look at the temperature going down and say, no, we're not going to treat it. We get out there and we do it. So we'll be providing updates. I know WLEX will be providing updates as they come in, but I think we ought to anticipate significant issues with travel on Monday morning. If this is just leaving the state by 2 a.m. and it's going to be as cold as it is tonight going into tomorrow, going into next week, we ought to anticipate that it will continue. But with it moving out, our utility crews and others are going to be able to work that much easier without all of the weather conditions impacting them tomorrow and through the week. Cody from WHAS 11.
Hi, Governor. Are there specific areas in state outside of the southern region that you think are going to get worse, or what do we think is going to happen moving forward this week?
James, can you put the radar up? That's well, it was over here. Let us pull that up if we can and show you the map. You all have been seeing it right now. Barron County, Allen County. All right, and we'll get this up. It's interesting when you see the radar right now. You've got green, red, orange, and blue. The green looks like it's rain. It's not. It comes down. It freezes. Those are the areas that are getting hit. It starts on our southern border, kind of at Allen County, and it goes all the way up to Ashland. That part east, I think, is going to get a lot of ice. And then, all the way up to Frankfort, if you draw that diagonal line again going through the state, is looking like it's going to get a significant amount too. So that's another good point. When you are looking at the weather radar right now, if it's showing rain, when that lands, it's freezing. You ought to treat that like it's just ice that's coming down. All right, and finally, RJ Johnson from WDKY.
Hi, yes. What are some of the priorities heading into the overnight, especially in southern Kentucky, as you see all those outages that are there?
Our two priorities are keeping people off the roads and restoring power as quickly as possible. Where the power is out, our priority is having warming centers at the ready, having Guard and other first responders that can help with either wellness check or transportation if that's needed. The hospitals in the area, making sure that they are operating. The water systems, if they have pump stations or others that operate off of electricity, what type of generators do they need? So we take a look at both the people living in an area and all the critical infrastructure. What we'll also be looking at is where there is kind of congregate care and or people staying in congregate settings, where power is out, how long is that going to be out? So we have one state park that has guests. We're going to make a call once we know how long we think the power is going to be out, about whether we need to transport them to another location. Same if we find out we have a nursing home that's going to be out of power for a significant period of time. So our priorities, especially right now, are assessing those hardest hit areas, the impacts that threaten life, and then responding and reacting to them to make sure we get people to safety. But the two biggest things are the amount of power outages, which just went over 60,000. That's since we've been doing this press conference, so up about 9,000, and trying to get that power, trying to get people off the roads and safe. Okay, everybody at the EOC is working hard. Everybody in emergency management in the counties is working hard. From the people of Kentucky, we need you to work hard, and all that means is stay home. Stay off the roadways, stay with your family, have some fun with them during this. Check on your neighbors. We'll be working hard to make sure we can get roads passable as soon as possible, as well as working with utilities to make sure people have power. Everybody out there, take care. Thanks to everybody here and around the state that's working.
And I can see the smoke out there. Straight off the nose, just past Stanley Draper. So did you see it? I think that's the smoke to the right. Yeah, that was it. Zoom in. Yep, that's it. It's just hard to see. It's kind of hazy. It's to the right a little bit more. Keep going right in there. All right, so we're heading out to a reported house fire, and oh yeah, it's thick black smoke rising up now. You should be able to see it with the camera. To the left, right there. Yep. All right, so this is a house fire. It's a definite house fire, and this is way out to the southeast of Oklahoma City. I'll give you a location. Cross streets, main cross streets are Choctaw Road and Stella Road. So it's really close to the Twin Lakes Airport, or the Twin Lakes neighborhood. And I'm hoping there's fire crews out there already flying over Lake Stanley Draper right now. A lot of steam coming off the lake. Don't see a whole lot of it frozen, hardly see any of it frozen, but the banks are frozen. You can see that, but the water's still warm enough to put off some steam. I don't see any white smoke yet at the house fire which is a great indication that water's being put on it. So they may be either just arriving, because I mean we were sent to the house fire as soon as our assignment desk heard it on the scanner, and so we're going to be able to get a little bit of this. I mean we have to get back to the station, and we are I have to watch our fuel situation, so we're going to get over here, get some video of this house fire, and then hopefully be able to get this. Go ahead. Roger, and then we'll have to start heading, and then we'll, okay. So we're closer to like 6 minutes. Oh man, this is not good. So I'm looking to see if I can see any emergency vehicles yet. Golly. I don't see any emergency vehicles yet, but this house is going to be completely engulfed in flames. I hope everybody made it out all right. You can see the flames shooting out from the front of the house, from the top of the house. I'm looking to see if I can see anybody outside of the house, but those are some massive flames right now. No fire crews on the scene yet, and I don't see any coming from any direction. So hopefully they get to this as soon as possible. Oh man, I hope everybody made it out of this house okay. There are neighbors. If you zoom out, come down a little bit, looks like there's neighbors coming out of the house. Come down, right there at that next house. They're walking down their driveway, bottom middle. See those neighbors there? So I don't know if those are residents of this house, or if they are or from the house that's on fire. So there is somebody standing out by the fence line in front of the house, by the road, right there at the driveway. Oh man, I hope they're okay. I hope everybody's okay, but this is intense flames rising up out of this, and I think, I don't know, are we in a squeeze back still? We are not in a squeeze back. We should be in. Okay. We should be. So, yeah, again, this is Roger. Roger. Fire crews are just now arriving, or they're getting close. They're within half a mile of the scene. They're to the left. They're coming in from the left, which is the east. So they're right there. There's the fire crews right there. So they're they're coming in from the other direction too. So they are approaching from every direction now, and they're hopefully quickly. Oh. Roger. Okay. Golly. Oh man, I feel bad for those people. That's bad. But if you're in this area, again, this is Okay, I'll need to get back soon for fuel. But I'm also way down to the southeast now. I'll let you know though. All right, so fire crews now arriving. Okay, I can probably do both. Well, no, I was just letting you know that I will have to get back soon, but I can do both of them. I just won't be able to stay after that. Okay. Okay. All right. So fire crews, 1 minute out. Wow. Okay. So this is Choctaw Road and Stella, or southeast 134th. So southeast 134th and Choctaw Road, it's just to the west of that. All right, they've got a tanker here too, so that's going to be their water supply. That is good. So this is out in a rural area where they don't have any fire hydrants, so they have to bring a water source in. So they've got a tanker that's there. Fire crews are now, I don't see a hose there yet, but all right, stand by. All right, so Sky 5 is over this house fire that's reported out here in southeastern Oklahoma. This is on the east side of Lake Stanley Draper, so it's really close to us, southeast 134th and Choctaw Road. So if you are in this area, you're seeing heavy black smoke rising up from this house. Fire crews just arriving on the scene moments ago before we just went live with you here. And you can see the house almost totally engulfed in flames. Fire crews working to get their hoses out. This isn't a rural area, so they're having to bring a water source in. And once they're able to hook up to that water source, they'll be able to start putting water on this fire. Don't see any fire hoses out just yet, but you can see fire crews still arriving here. Now we're going to get more information on exactly how this fire started, but this is fresh. We got here before fire crews got here, but you can see this house will more than likely be a total loss. Oklahomans helping Oklahomans. That's what's going to happen after this fire is completely put out. Hope everybody is okay. We're going to try to get more information on this and pass it along to you. But a house engulfed in flames here in southeastern Oklahoma. Guys, back to you. Yes, I do. Okay, 8 minutes. All right, so it looks like you see that white smoke rising up there from the house. That means that they more than likely are putting water on the fire where they can, but it looks like it's breaking through another part of the roof right there. Oh my gosh. Really hope the residents of this house are okay. We did see some people out on the street, out in front of the house. I hope those are the residents and they were able to make it out of the house okay. There were also some neighbors that were out as well. that were making their way over to the house as they see the fire totally engulfing their friends, their neighbors' home. And I'm seeing a number of neighbors out now standing in the streets watching the black smoke rising up from this location here. Yeah, but I mean, it'll just, oh, okay. All right, so they were wanting us to get a shot. Well, so the fire's spreading, so you can see there's vents there that the fire's coming through. Now, normally in a
Commissioner. Good morning, everyone. I came by here to our Emergency Operations Center to, first of all, thank the individuals who come day and night, working 24/7 to keep New Yorkers safe. So I want to first acknowledge all the first responders and those who are in rooms like this across the state, but also out in our communities and on the streets. We sleep safer at night, and we are safer during a storm like this because of their hard work. This is certainly the coldest weather we've seen, the coldest winter storm we've seen in years, and truly New York State is locked into a grip here. An Arctic siege has taken over our state and many other states across the nation. And the snowstorm we've been expecting is now underway, but it is brutal, it is bone-chilling, and it is dangerous. Snow began falling already on Long Island and New York City early this morning. Snow is now falling in Albany and everywhere in between. As I mentioned, we're not alone. It's hitting the entire state and 30 states as well this weekend. So we are anticipating the longest cold stretch and the highest snow totals the state has seen in several years. The longest cold stretch and the highest snow totals in years. Already, records in the state have been shattered. Shocking reports out of Watertown, actual temperature in Watertown was minus 34 and minus 49 in Copenhagen. That is not the real feel. That is not the wind chill. That is actual temperature. We warned this to be dangerously cold, and it is not it's been unrelenting. Friday, temperatures across the state were as low as minus 40 to minus 20 and felt as cold as minus 30 to minus 50. But I know New Yorkers know how to deal with the weather, and again, I've been at this Emergency Operations Center to see how impressive our operations are. Always want to take a chance to thank the plow drivers, the hospital workers, and all the emergency and essential personnel who are there. As you know, I declared a state of emergency on Friday. Since then, to enhance our response, we've deployed over 100 National Guard members. Many of them are concentrated downstate at this time to go where they're needed, and also to particularly help on Long Island and the Hudson Valley and New York City. We've also taken some steps to make our roads safer, banning long tandem tractor trailers on the thruway as of 6 a.m. today. Commercial vehicles are right now restricted to the right lane only on state roads, and 2 counties have full travel bans in place, Dutchess and Ulster, and additional travel advisories and restrictions are all over the state. We have, as I mentioned, deployed additional resources. We have additional DOT personnel who have been all over the state. I mentioned the other day we have countless snow plows and lifts and all the equipment that's necessary, plenty of salt. We've been stocking up on salt in anticipation that our plow drivers would need this to keep the roads clear. And for parents in New York City, about an hour ago, the mayor announced that schools will move to remote learning tomorrow. So to the snow forecast, everyone across the state should prepare for a solid day and a half of this weather, and the heaviest snow will still be coming this afternoon and through the night. And this will continue through most of the weekend, or most of the day tomorrow, but we expect it to end by midday. So here's some of the totals we expect. 8 to 12 inches in the North Country, 12 to 18 in the southern tier, Mohawk Valley, central New York, and even parts of the Finger Lakes, including Rochester and western New York. So we've had some changes in the recommendations from National Weather Service, but I also want to make a point here. A number of years ago, we created the State Weather Risk Communication Center. This is the first in the nation state-of-the-art facility, which I've toured many times, that gives us daily weather briefs. And they're willing to go out and forecast across the state snowfalls and temperatures even out through the next weekend, which is further than the National Weather Service does at this time. What that means is we have earlier information about longer-term impacts that we can prepare for, deploy the resources, the personnel, the equipment. So I find this, once again, to be critically important in our response and our preparations and our response to storms like this. So we're continuing to see a lot of snow, about 1 to 2 inches an hour in New York City and the Long Island area. They're expecting, as I said, up to 8 to 12 inches of snow, which is something that's more challenging to handle in that area than other parts of our state. We're also transitioning to sleet tonight. Sleet is dangerous. Sleet can also create icy, hazardous conditions on the roads and sidewalks. And we've not seen, New York City, as I mentioned, is going to see a foot of snow. We've not had that level of snow since 2021, so it's been a number of years. The good news for us, and the only good news, is that the winds will not be a major factor here. This is often what we worry the most about is power lines coming down, the wind having squalls on the thruway, and the visibility goes to zero, and you have the multi-vehicle collisions. We're not expecting that, but there could be isolated squalls in certain areas, so we're still not out of the woods on that, but it's not going to be a statewide high wind event either. There are parts of Long Island and New York City that could gust up to 30, 35 miles an hour, so this is a factor as well. We're not expecting widespread power outages, as I mentioned, but that being said, it's always better to be prepared in advance, and we have 5,500 linemen and women ready to restore power if necessary, and Con Ed has brought in mutual additional assistance as well. So what about traveling, those who are going to be on the roads? Number one, if you can be off the roads, that is the best advice. Stay off the roads. They're going to be slick, icy, snow-covered. And if you can stay home with these extremely cold temperatures and hazardous roads, you and your family will be much, much safer. So tomorrow's commute for those who are working, we encourage other employers to allow their workers, if possible, to work remotely. We know there's many who cannot. And I thank our nurses and hospital personnel and medical personnel across the state who know they have to be out there, our first responders and others. But if you can avoid travel, we'd want to have that happen as well, as much as possible. As I mentioned, state employees are working remotely on Monday. So we also want to make sure the plows can get through. Commissioner Dominguez knows this, and I've been a passenger in a plow, and the biggest concern they have is their own visibility and making sure that they can do their jobs without worrying about the other vehicles around them. So do this to help not just yourself stay safe on the roads, but also our plow drivers. And the good news for downstate, those who rely on public transportation, the MTA is planning on maintaining a weekend schedule. Trains and buses will continue to run. Again, this is always subject to change. We'll be focused on snow removal on platforms and near stations, but we're concerned about keeping people safe as they get to their jobs. We also have a number of special elections scheduled for Tuesday, February 3rd, and so the ones that are in New York City, in that area, we're going to be suspending early voting for today and tomorrow. So we want to make sure people mark their calendars if they want to vote early. We will be adding extra hours to help compensate for that. So, New Yorkers, stay home, hunker down, root against the Patriots. That's up to you personally, personal decision. But also sign up for text alerts so you can be up to date with all the information we want to share with you. 333-111 will get you, after you type in your county and your borough, you'll get everything you need to know. And monitor all the local forecasts and warnings. Couple of things, as a pro in shoveling snow myself, make sure that I'll give you a quick demonstration. Do not bend over to shovel, you bend down your knees. You want to bend down so you can protect your back. Also, you don't have to have a high amount of snow on the shovel. I'll give you a demonstration outside if you want. But neighbors of mine have had heart attacks from shoveling too much snow. It's better to take multiple smaller bites at it, lift smaller amounts of snow, toss it aside, but do not try to go for the big, massive shovel full of snow because regardless of your health, this could be cause a heart attack or cardiac attack as well. So also, if you're indoors, and you will be indoors, test your smoke and carbon monoxide detectors in case you have to use indoor space heaters. Dress in layers, cover every part of your body. I was outside yesterday. I had face wrapped up in a scarf, ears covered, hand warmers in the gloves. There are ways to protect if you must be out there. I've mentioned before how important it is to make sure your vehicle can save your life if necessary. Again, you must consider the worst case scenarios when you're going out. You do not know that what you think is just a safe ride to the grocery store or an appointment can result in you going off the road and having to rely on your vehicle if you're stuck in a snowbank. We've talked about having extra phone chargers. Make sure your phone is charged. Blankets, water, food, anything you think you would need to protect you. And also protecting your pipes from freezing. Another pro tip, just takes a long towel from the bathroom, roll it up and stick it in front of the door. It can stop a lot of wind from coming in, or use the plastic sheets that you put on the windows with a blow dryer. It's kind of a fun thing to do. So also, this is a time to be a good neighbor. Check on your elderly neighbors. I have shoveled the sidewalks of my neighbors when I was growing up. It's what we always did, our neighbors next door. Also, watch out for pets. I know many of them have to go outside, but keep an eye on them and don't let them stay outside too long. So the bottom line is this. We're not through it. This is sort of the beginning. We've been talking about this for days. Different parts of our state are being affected differently at different times, but this is a statewide event. It is unrelenting. We don't expect any relief from this forecast at this time. And all of our state agencies, I just had a chance to thank them a few minutes ago. They are working tirelessly around the clock, and we're going to continue being flexible. So, as I mentioned, we have had some of the coldest nights of the entire year, and also some of them record lows. So I want to make sure that we are protecting everybody. Be smart, exercise caution, and look out for each other. So let me turn it over to Acting Commissioner of Homeland Security and Emergency Services, Terry O'Leary, to go through our other state preparations.
Thank you, Governor. And Governor, I'd like to say thank you very much for coming to the EOC today to see the staff. What you see today in the EOC is the nerve center of the state's response to any crisis or emergency. And today we have not only representatives from the Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Services, but also from our partner agencies. And what they're doing is they're bringing in information from throughout the state. They're seeing where resources need to go to help answer any task that's in front of us, and they deploy those resources. And what you saw in that other room are some of the nation's best emergency management professionals. It's not only the division that is working. We also have representatives from the Department of Environmental Conservation, the National Guard, the Department of Transportation, State Police, ITS, State Fire, our Parks Department, Thruway, as well as our partners from the National Weather Service. I'd also like to thank those who are working in emergency management that are not in the facility. As the governor mentioned, there are emergency operations centers operating throughout the state in localities and counties, and New York State is helping to support those, and those include New York City Emergency Management, Nassau, Suffolk, Ulster, Orange, and Monroe County, as well as Dutchess, Sullivan, and Westchester. And we also have staff working with Buffalo as well. The governor told you about the weather, what we're seeing. It's important to note that we will see a change in New York City and on Long Island, where it will switch over from snow to freezing rain and ice this afternoon, and that will last through around midnight when it will switch back to snow. This will make for dangerous travel. Thankfully, though, we are forecasting very low amounts of ice accumulation. We do not expect power outages and downed power lines. It is important to know, though, if you see a down power line, treat it as if it is live. Stay at least 30 feet away and call 911. There is no rest from the weather in New York. Immediately after this snowstorm, we are going to see a lake effect storm come in, and thanks to our friends at the Nice Work, they have forecasted that we will see snow bands setting up both off of Ontario County as well as Ontario as well as Lake Erie. That will start Tuesday night and will go through Thursday. We're also going to be seeing extended cold. These cold temperatures will last through the weekend. So that's important. The governor gave you tips on how to shovel. Start shoveling early. There isn't going to be a thaw over the course of the next week. So get that snow off of your sidewalk and out of your driveway as early as possible. Part of the state response, we have banned long tandem tractor trailers on the thruway starting at 6 a.m. this morning. And as the governor mentioned, on all state roads, commercial vehicles need to stay in the right-hand lane. In addition to the travel bans in Dutchess and Ulster County, individuals should check their local county's websites for any additional travel restrictions in their area. Long Island Railroad and Metro North are going to be operating on a Sunday service schedule, as will the Capital District Transportation Agency. If you are flying, please check ahead of time. This is a nationwide event. The weather will not only impact our flights, but it will impact flights coming from throughout the country. So make sure that you check before you go to the airport. We've already seen cancellations of up to 90% at different airports. To reiterate what the governor said, please stay home. Don't be on the roads. Allow DOT and thruway plow operators to do their job. Do not crowd the plow. If you have to travel, please check 511ny.org first. It is a great source of information on the status of the roads statewide. It will tell you where there are incidents, and you can look at traffic cameras as well and actually see the conditions of the roads for yourself. Continue to be prepared for the bitterly cold temperatures we've been experiencing. They're not going away. Hopefully we won't see anything like we saw in Watertown or Copenhagen, but we are going to see sub-zero temperatures throughout the state over the course of the next few days. Code Blue will remain in effect, so throughout the state, under the guidance of the Office of Temporary and Disability Assistance, we will make sure that shelters are available to those who need them. Also, counties will stand up warming centers. If you do lose power, call 211 and they will tell you in your area where you can find a warming shelter. As the governor mentioned, we do not expect widespread power outages, but if you do experience a power outage, please call your utility company to report it. If you are going to be using alternative heating sources, make sure you do so safely. Make sure it is a UL-approved space heater. Keep it 3 feet away from any furniture, from drapes and the rest. If you're using a generator for power, never use a generator indoors, and do not keep it right outside your windows either. Please make sure your fire smoke detector and carbon monoxide detectors are working. And finally, if you are going to travel, and I have to tell my kids this all the time, they will get into their car after they heat it up wearing shorts and a t-shirt thinking I'm only driving a couple of miles to the gym. Have a jacket, have a blanket. You need to be prepared to be stuck for a while. And also make sure you can get yourself unstuck as well. Have a shovel, have kitty litter in the car, have something, if you have a truck, have a tow rope so that someone else can help you if you're stuck, or you can help somebody if they're stuck. And most importantly, obey the move over law. If you see our first responders out there, please move over if it is safely possible. Allow state police, other first responders, tow truck operators to do their job and to help others, and don't compound any issues that we may see. And with that, I'd like to say, Governor, thank you again for coming and joining us here today.
Thank you. I also want to acknowledge the presence of my incredible team as we get through this crisis. And I mentioned Marie-Therese Dominguez, the New York State Department of Transportation. She is a battle-tested veteran. We've been through many of these challenges before, and I'm so proud of the work that she and the men and women who work for her do as well. And Frank Hoare, the Executive Director of the New York State Thruway Authority, the lifeline of upstate New York connecting us with downstate, and how important it is to keep the commerce as well as the commuters and residents safe on those roads. So thank you, Frank. And also our state police out there day and night, making sure that our roads are safe and that they're there to respond to any situation that requires additional help. And I want to thank Major Robert McConnell for his support here as well. Before we get to questions, I need to speak plainly about something that should stop every American in their tracks. Yesterday in Minneapolis, federal immigration agents killed another American citizen in broad daylight. His name was Alex Preddy. He was 37 years old. He was an ICU nurse, someone whose job was saving lives. Video shows him doing something he was trained to do, to help people. He was trying to reach over and help a woman in need when she was thrown to the ground by federal agents. And within seconds, federal agents threw him to the ground and fired a shot, not one, but a barrage of bullets into his body on a public sidewalk in America. The federal government claims the killing was justified. This nurse with nothing more than a cell phone in his hand, that he was trying to kill them. That's their story. But anyone who's seen this horrific video, multiple videos, knows that this is a shameless, bold-faced lie. This is not a threat that needed to be neutralized. It was a civilian exercising the free right to protest. And this is a continuation of a deadly pattern, a pattern of violence. It is well known that earlier this month, federal agents also shot a mother of 3 in the face when she just extended a greeting to him. 2 American families destroyed. Confidence in federal law enforcement shattered. At the same time, ICE agents are arresting children. A 5-year-old returning from preschool, using them as bait. A 2-year-old taken on the way home from a grocery store with her dad. Now we have children caught up in armed engagement, scooped off the street by masked men, while our federal leaders feed the false narratives instead of taking responsibility. But videos don't lie. And don't stop believing what your eyes tell you. Their cruelty, these incidences, what is going on and unfolding in the streets of America today, shocks the conscience of every human being with a heart. When federal agents use lethal force against civilians and then prevent state authorities from fully investigating, it violates the basic principles of a democracy. What it does is makes everyone feel unsafe. Everyone. Nationwide, over the last 13 months, ICE has detained hundreds of U.S. citizens, and dozens of people have died in their custody. Now, Donald Trump's handpicked leader of the Department of Homeland Security has proven to be unable and unwilling to follow the law to stop these killings. Kristi Noem has referred to these peaceful protesters as domestic terrorists and lied about the shooting victims being the aggressors. She
and to fall. And while the sun had not yet risen, New York City's workers certainly had, including the DSNY workers that I had the privilege of thanking earlier today for all that they have done. Overnight and for the past several days, and while I will share details and updates from the briefing, before I do, I want to also speak directly to the parents and students of New York City. As we announced earlier this morning, due to extreme weather conditions, tomorrow will be a remote school day. There will be no in-person instruction. All after-school programs, adult education, and school-based programming has been canceled. For high schoolers serving grades 6 through 12 with a previously scheduled professional learning day, tomorrow will remain a day off. And as of 10:20 a.m. this morning, we saw that more than 162,000 students had already logged on in advance of tomorrow's remote school day, as well as 77,000 teachers. We say that because we want the city to know that our teachers, administrators, and students are prepared for this. We have stress-tested systems, sent students home with the materials and technology they need to learn virtually, and are working with vendors to ensure that our systems have the capacity that they need. And I know that this may disappoint some students, so if you do see me, feel free to throw a snowball at me. In terms of the forecast, we are continuing to expect up to 11 inches of snow. We anticipate continued heavy snowfall this afternoon, with several hours of sustained 35-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Around 8 p.m. this evening, light freezing rain will begin to fall and continue overnight. This weather will taper off tomorrow, but New Yorkers can expect a mix of light snow, freezing drizzle, and wind gusts to continue until around noon. Now, this storm is not only bringing snow with it, it carries temperatures colder than any sustained period this city has experienced for 8 years. For those without shelter, the intense cold can be fatal. Yesterday alone, before the snow had even begun to come down, at least 5 New Yorkers passed away and were found outside. I send my deepest condolences to their families and loved ones. While we do not yet know their causes of death, there is no more powerful reminder of the danger of extreme cold and how vulnerable many of our neighbors are, especially homeless New Yorkers. We have sufficient resources to shelter every New Yorker in the city, and our teams are scouring the streets, providing outreach. Our administration has opened 10 warming centers in school buildings across this city, 2 in each borough, and they will be operational through at least tomorrow evening. Full food will be provided at each of these sites. That is in addition to the 126 shelters, over 50 hospitals, and 35 safe havens where people in need can come in and get warm. A code blue remains in effect, and DSS staff and partners are checking in on our most vulnerable residents every 2 hours. But I also ask New Yorkers to help us in this moment of need. If you see anyone you believe might require help, please do not wait to call 311. In a code blue, as we are currently in, any one of your 311 calls on this issue will be rerouted directly to 911. And I want to be very clear, no one in this city will be denied shelter. All hospitals, Department of Homeless Services drop-in centers, and DHS shelters have a fully open door policy with enough shelter beds for every single New Yorker in need. Should homeless New Yorkers require hospital services, DHS will connect with hospital emergency departments to assess needs and capacity. We want every single New Yorker to make it through this storm. As we contend with this snow and bracing cold, New Yorkers should rest assured this is exactly what our city government has prepared for. DSNY pre-salted highways and major streets beginning Friday at 6 in the morning. Since last night, over 2,500 sanitation workers have been deployed on every single 12-hour shift, laying down salt. To give you an idea, The first snowfall landed at Staten Island this morning at 5 a.m. By 5:10 a.m., sanitation had already started spreading salt citywide. The public plow tracker is also live for New Yorkers to be able to follow along, and you can do so at nyc.gov/plownyc. What you will see if you log in there is the fact that these sanitation workers had already completed a full plow across the city by 8:30 a.m. This immense snow fighting operation, the largest in the entire country, is working across our city every single minute. We are speaking of more than 700 salt spreaders and 2,200 plow vehicles, which are being monitored in real time by DSNY's Blade Runner system. Every agency across the whole of government is working in close coordination with each other and with NYSEM. DOT crews are tending to bridges. Parks Department workers are removing snow and downed trees from our parks. The NYPD is providing escorts to EMS and DSNY as needed. And the FDNY is maintaining its full emergency response capability. The MTA is continuing regular operations, although conditions may require service adjustments, while the Long Island Railroad and Metro North are operating at reduced schedules. Due to the declining visibility and snow of this weather emergency, NYC Ferry has suspended all service until further notice. Updates will be provided through the NYC Ferry app and ferry.nyc. The Staten Island Ferry is continuing to run at this time, but it has moved to hourly service. We also know that all bus service has been suspended at Port Authority. Additionally, all 3 public library systems will be closed today and tomorrow. Utilities are being monitored by Con Ed and National Grid teams, and they have representatives present in the NYSEM Emergency Operations Center. Ambulances will arrive at their destinations. This is the first major storm where 100% of FDNY ambulances are 4-wheel drive. The FDNY has also added additional ambulances from voluntary hospital partners, and NYSEM is actively tracking ambulances via their stuck ambulance dashboard. If an ambulance is stuck or unable to respond to a call, another will be deployed. Thus far, there have been no reports of stuck ambulances in New York City. As we speak, city workers are working relentlessly across our city to keep our streets clear, to get people into shelter, and to respond to those who need help. The single most helpful thing that New Yorkers can do is to stay at home, and especially to stay off the roads. I cannot emphasize this enough. Please, if you can avoid it, do not drive. One of the reports we received earlier today from sanitation is there are still far too many New Yorkers out on the roads. Conditions are dangerous, and a hazardous travel advisory is in effect for today and for tomorrow. Now, if you are shoveling snow outside of your home, please pace yourself and do not try to clear everything at once. It is going to take multiple passes. Check in on seniors and help your neighbors who may need extra support. The snow is coming down heavily across our city, and I can think of no better excuse for New Yorkers to stay home, take a long nap, or take advantage of our public library's offer of free access to Heated Rivalry on ebook or audiobook for anyone with a library card. I encourage New Yorkers to join the more than 1 million who have already signed up for regular Notify NYC updates, and you can do so by texting Notify NYC to 692-692. Finally, while I want to again express my gratitude to the incredible city workers who have kept our city running through this snowstorm, I also want to thank every single New Yorker who has been doing their part to help New Yorkers across the city. I have heard of countless stories of neighbors bringing meals to other neighbors, young people helping senior citizens navigate slippery conditions, friends grocery shopping for those who cannot shop for themselves. This is the compassionate, caring New York that we all know and love. The New York that always shows up in moments of challenge and adversity. Together, we will clear the roads, teach our children, tend to the sick, and keep our city running. Stay warm, New York City. Stay prepared. Stay safe. Thank you very much. And now our school's chancellor, Kumar Samuels.
Good afternoon. I hope you are staying warm and inside. As we continue to communicate, I wanted to make sure I said it again. We have decided that tomorrow we will pivot to a remote learning day. That would be January 26th. Preparation matters in moments like this. Over the last few days, teams across the entire agency and across schools have been getting ready for this moment, preparing lessons and making sure our students went home on Friday with the devices and supplies that they need for a successful remote learning day. Standing up IT help desk to support any families who need it, and preparing our buildings to weather the storm. And over the last several months, our educators have been setting up virtual classrooms, and our IT team has been testing the system to ensure our students will be able to log in. Teachers and administrators, we've got this. We know you'll be able to you'll be prepared to offer a great remote learning experience. So, on Monday, here is what to expect. Students in grades K to 8 will receive both real-time and asynchronous instruction. Students, don't worry. There are many hours in the day. You'll work hard, but there will be time to enjoy the snow too. High schoolers and students who attend schools serving grades 6 through 12 will already be off due to a previously scheduled professional learning day. Educators participating in those PDs will also be remote. Our facilities teams will be at our schools shoveling and de-icing so that our buildings can reopen on Tuesday. I want to thank Mayor Mamdani's team and all our sister agencies standing up here and all the ones working across the city to ensure our city is ready for this storm, and the journalists who are here helping spread these critical messages. Most importantly, I'd like to thank everyone across our school communities. I am deeply appreciative and grateful for all your flexibility and patience. And I look forward to reopening our doors as soon as we are able to.
Good afternoon. Snow is coming down, and folks at the MTA have been hard at work all weekend preparing us to power through this storm. And I have to deliver, as the mayor did, major kudos to the MTA workers who have been on the front lines. Last night I visited bus depots around the system to see the preparations. This morning I was at the Michael J. Quill bus depot in the middle of Manhattan and at the Rail Control Center where all the subway operations are monitored. And so far the preparations have really been paying off. Things have been running smoothly. There are delays, there are adjustments to service, but all subway lines, ladies and gentlemen, are operating. And most of them are operating as locals. So the express trains, A, C, D, E, F, the N, and the Q are all operating local, partly because we stored a lot of trains on the local tracks to keep them out of harm's way of the outdoor snow. We ran all the de-icing trains last night to protect the third rail. Snow throwers are on the move already, and the snow jets are operating the yards with these big airplane engines that blow all the snow out of sight. Buses are running, some with delays. 18 routes out of approximately 265 have reroutes because of localized conditions. And all buses, that's the SBS, the rush routes, the limited routes, everything is running local, so we do not leave anybody on the street. So the folks who are standing at a bus stop are going to get whatever bus comes by stopping for them. The entire bus fleet has been outfitted with chains, and as I said, the snow fighting vehicles are on the move, supplementing the amazing work of the sanitation crews who are running the plows. Not a lot of demand for paratransit accessorized for our mobility impaired customers, but it is operating if you do need it under, as the mayor says, in a very rare occasion where you really need to go somewhere. Both commuter railroads are operating under modified schedules, so I'm just going to tick it off for folks. On the Long Island Railroad, service every half hour on the Babylon branch, hourly service on the Port Washington branch, and on the Port Jefferson branch between Huntington and the city. No service east of Ronkonkoma out to Greenport, And tomorrow we plan to run a regular Sunday schedule. Metro North is operating a Sunday schedule today, and tomorrow we'll be operating a holiday schedule, the MLK schedule. Otherwise, they're running hourly service on all three major main lines, Hudson, Harlem, and New Haven. Bridges and tunnels, all of our toll bridges and tunnels in the city are operating. Traffic is light, which is fortunate, and the facilities are in decent shape. Just reinforcing again what the point that the mayor made, which is if you can stay home, I'm in the transit business. We love customers, but if you can't stay home, please do so. If you must travel, use extra caution and check the customer service channels. New York City has great customer service channels, which will tell you stuff, but also the MTA has our MTA app, the train time app, mta.info is our website, and you can sign up for a customized service alert that'll tell you about your train or your bus and how it's operating. So with that, thank you to the mayor and the entire city team. I spoke to the governor, and she is very focused on what's going downstate and going on downstate as well as upstate. And everybody should just stay safe. And if you can, stay indoors. Thank you.
Talk about the 5 deaths. What work happened before Saturday to interact with the homeless?
heavy snowfalls that we anticipate very shortly. That should be mid-afternoon. Also, due to the weather forecast, our riders on the Mattapan line can expect sometime this afternoon, when the snow accumulates above the top of rail, that we will switch from the trolleys to the buses. That is, again, for safety and reliability of the service there. Come tomorrow, on the commuter rail, our riders will see a storm schedule. That storm schedule is typically about 1/3 of our regular weekday schedule. We do that to ensure that we minimize the use of switches, areas where potential failures could occur, because we want to make sure that the people that really do need to use the system, emergency responders, hospital workers, they can get in reliably, and we eliminate those potential points of failure. Ferry service tomorrow will also be reduced. On the Hingham Hull, Logan, Boston Ferry, you can anticipate that they will be running hourly. Charlestown Inner Harbor, you can anticipate they will be running every 30 minutes. On the buses, both today and tomorrow, when the snow routes are required, we will run them on the snow routes. We want to avoid any necessary hills, things of that nature, again, narrow streets, but bus service will be running, weekend service today and regular Monday service tomorrow. Paratransit will also be running regular service both today and tomorrow, but people should expect that because of the weather, paratransit will take longer and may have encountered some delays as well. We are reminding any riders that use the system, use caution, whether you're walking on stairs, hold handrails, do not run, give yourself extra time. It may be slippery out there. You can report anything to us at nba.com/winter, but also stay informed on the website, MBTA Go, on Twitter. We will be sending out T-alerts should there be any changes. For the RMV, I just want to remind folks, because of tomorrow, our contact centers and our service centers will be closed. Anybody that has any road test scheduled, those will be rescheduled. And again, this is for everyone's safety. My colleagues at Massport have informed me that they are well prepared for the storm as well. Their employees, their equipment, their materials ready for battling the storm. However, the majority of flights as of 2 p.m., I'm told, have been canceled. Anyone that has flight plans, you should check with your airlines to make sure, because airline service across many of these impacted areas have been canceled. In closing, I just want to say thank you to the MBTA and MassDOT workforce. They are working hard, as the governor said, around the clock to make sure everyone can do travel safely if you need to. I want to say one last thing that the governor talked about. This snow is going to be light and fluffy. Having said that, there will also be wind. And with the rates of snow, maybe 1 to 3 inches an hour we're hearing, visibility will be poor. You'll have blowing snow. Even after we make a pass with the clouds, it's possible that the wind will blow snow back on the road. So we really strongly encourage everyone to stay home if you can. As my colleagues have said, go watch the Pats, go Pats, and let's make sure everyone is safe. Thank you. I will turn this over now to Undersecretary Jonathan Gulliver to give a highway update.
All right. Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Governor and Lieutenant Governor, and good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jonathan Gulliver. I'm the Undersecretary and State Highway Administrator. So as you've been hearing, we've been preparing for this storm, not only for the last few days, but this is something that the Highway Division does year-round, is make sure that we're ready for storms like this when they happen. We right now have 1,700 pieces of equipment out on our roads that we're in the process of expanding that. I expect that within the hour, that number is going to grow to close to 2,500. And then as conditions continue to deteriorate with this storm and the storm continues to intensify, I expect that to be up to about a full call-out of just about 3,000 pieces of equipment. We have 140 snow and ice depots across the state right now that are all fully activated. And again, they will ramp up as the conditions dictate. This is a multi-day storm, as you've been hearing, and with the kind of snow that we're getting and the heavy winds and the drifting, conditions are expected to be really become very, very difficult on the roadways, especially overnight tonight and into tomorrow until everything is fully cleaned up. Right now, just in this past hour, we have actually reduced the speed limit on the turnpike up to South Road to 40 miles per hour. Again, that's something to keep an eye on. I expect that may be extended throughout the length of the pike as the day continues. We also have a level 3 truck ban in place. That means that tractor trailers, RVs, box trucks, tandems, empties, any kind of big tractor trailer, with the exception of those delivering essential services such as medical supplies, food and fuel. Those are all right now banned from travel as of noontime today. That is something that a lot of our neighboring states have done as well. So we're asking those truckers to stay off the road. This is not something that we do lightly. We only do this in the most extreme conditions, and it's because when tractor trailers and trucks get into trouble on the roadways, they usually result in a closure, which makes recovering from that closure, especially with the rate of snowfall that we're seeing, very, very difficult. So we want to avoid those types of situations, and that's why we put those restrictions into place. MassDOT crews are going to be plowing and treating roadways continuously, and we have had staff and equipment staged statewide to do so. But again, I want to remind, even with multiple treatments, with this intensity of a storm, plows cannot keep up and treatment cannot keep up. You will see roadways that are very slippery, and you're going to see roadway conditions continue to deteriorate as the day goes on today, especially this afternoon into this evening. We've been continuing to coordinate closely with our colleagues at MEMA, with the state police, and with other local and municipal partners across the state to make sure that they are in good shape and that we're assisting where and when we can. And our message to the public continues to be very straightforward. As you've been hearing today, we really want you to stay off the roads. We don't want you to go out there today if you don't have to be on the roadways. We want you to stay off them. And if you do see a plow, stay as far behind them as you can. The roadway conditions behind those plows is always going to be better than the roadway conditions in front of them. So don't try to pass them. Stay behind those plow batteries. They're there for your safety, and we want to make sure that those plow drivers are safe as well. They have families that they're trying to get home to, just like you. So please give them the space they need to operate, and you be safe as well. Again, this is a long-duration storm. Conditions are going to continue to change. If you do have to go out, please monitor your typical resources. Look at Mass 511 for traveler information, and really take your time if you do absolutely need to get out on the roadways. We appreciate the public's patience and cooperation as the storm goes on. And a reminder again, after the snow ends tomorrow, it's going to take several hours for both us and local DPWs across the state to clean up and for roads to be safe again to travel. So plan on tomorrow, after that snow ends, a few hours of downtime as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Jonathan. Happy to take any questions? I think it's getting folks to take this storm seriously. I mean, we're New Englanders. We're tough, right? I mean, we're used to snow. We're used to ice. We weather it all, right? We play football in it. This is the biggest storm we've seen in years. So my message to the public is, look, it's going to snow through till tomorrow night. It's wicked cold already. We're going to have massive amounts of snow over the next 3-4 hours. Visibility is going to be terrible. So stay off the roads, please. And that's for your own safety and for the safety of others, including members of the public who maybe need to go to the hospital, or the plow guys who are out trying to clear these roads and keep things open. So that's the biggest concern. Another concern, of course, is power outages, okay? The good news is with the dry, fluffy snow, we expect to see fewer downed lines, okay? If you experience a power outage, please get on the horn to 211 and get yourself to a warming center. I know that all the utilities, whether it's Eversource Grid, Unitil, they've got crews in place. But my hope is that power outages stay to a minimum. We checked with ISO New England in terms of power coming into the region. We feel pretty good about that, okay, in terms of reliability. That's something about the whole Northeast, and I've been in touch with other governors about that. And we've given the okay to power generators, do whatever you need to do to keep power flowing to people's homes during this time. But, my biggest message is please take it seriously. Stay off the roads and check in on your neighbors. And again, for firefighters, make sure you go out and check out those hydrants right around you. Dig them out later on when there's some accumulation, because we want to keep that free. I also think that the Director Brantley made a great point. Look, if you're out shoveling or salting your driveway, especially shoveling, be careful. Take it easy, okay? We know this is a time when we can see more cardiac issues, and we don't want to see that. So. Why would they do that? Look, hey, wherever you're going to be right now, you're going to be, I ask, for the next, 12 to 15 hours. I mean that. That's why I told people go to the grocery stores, get what you need to get right now and just settle in. And, if you go to your brothers or your in-laws to watch the game, you're not going to be able to get home later. It's going to get really, really bad over the next few hours. 1 to 3 inches an hour, that's a lot, I'm told. Bad visibility right now, only going to get worse. So please, please, please stay put for your safety and the sake of those who are working hard to keep our roads clear. It was gut-wrenching to see. It was heartbreaking. And, as I have said, this is not what ICE was intended for. As somebody who's a former prosecutor and attorney general, it breaks my heart to see what has happened to this agency. And devastating, once again, to see somebody shot and killed. And, this has got to end. So I said the other night, enough is enough, okay? We got one woman dead already, just in that city alone. A 5-year-old detained, and now somebody else shot dead the other day. Enough is enough, okay? And that's why I continue to call on the president and Kristi Noem to bring their ICE agents back. Obviously, training is in order, but I don't think this is just a training issue. I think it's a problem with a culture and a mentality right now. I don't think it reflects the many good folks who have been doing this work over the course of many, many years. But, look, something has gone terribly, terribly wrong here, okay? And we're seeing it play out every day. And more people are getting hurt, And it's clear to me that rather than being an agency that is about protecting safety, which is what they told us months ago, this is now an agency that poses a real threat to Americans across this country. It's got to stop. The president's got to pull him out of there. This just is not right. And to see just yesterday, an ICU nurse who's serving veterans, that's just absolutely heartbreaking. It's wrong. And it needs to end. Weigh in, but I think we're looking at 12 to 24. Central Mass, always seems to get a little bit more, but I think that's kind of what we're looking at. But there's going to be snow across the state.
It really is everywhere. If you look at the snow maps, it is all over the place right now, 12 to 18 inches. Some areas higher than others. Again, I'd expect that north central Massachusetts, Berkshires, again, the northern part, you're going to see some higher snow totals, and that's been shifting around a little bit, but 18 inches is nothing to sneeze at no matter where you are, and that's what we're looking at everywhere.
But most of it fluffy.
Most of it fluffy, but again, this is stuff that's going to be blowing around, especially overnight, and that means that every time you go by it with a plow, you might see some more coming in. And I will stress too, is we're expecting to see some wetter snow on the southern part of the state, down on the Cape and the islands. That's a little bit more difficult for both the treatment strategy, but also the shoveling and such as well. Right now, we're planning on being out there for the next 24 hours. Our expectation is that the most intense snowfall is going to be throughout the day today and into the evening. At some point in the early morning hours, it'll start to taper off, but right now we're planning for continuous snow throughout the day tomorrow, and expecting that we are going to be doing things like chasing snow drifts, etc., for most of the day tomorrow as well.
Wherever I need to be, I'm here at the bunker today, and again, I want to say big thanks to all the folks. They don't just show up today. These are teams that have been preparing, and I want people in Massachusetts to take comfort in that there are people across the state who know what they're doing, who are prepared to keep us all safe. Our job in government is to support them. The Lieutenant Governor and I have been on the phone this morning to mayors across the state, to town administrators across the state, just to make sure that they've got what they need. So we'll continue to monitor it, provide support as we can, and of course give regular updates to the public. And please listen to what we say, because it's coming from experts, and it's all in the interest of your public safety and well-being. So good luck, everybody. Stay safe out there.
Thank you.